Hi. We're playing Apollo Justice. Let's fucking do this. Oh, this is gonna be easy as shit. Yeah, no, this is the second to last case of this fucking game because it's an extra case of the DLC. DLC. But that's not until next time. For now, we're doing this. What did we do last time? I think we talked to fucking Ted Tonade about the fucking bombing incident from the first case, and he says that he didn't start the explosive, but didn't he say he did though? Because I remember he specifically said that he did to cover up his like evidence. Like he blew up the courtroom so that people wouldn't find out he murdered the girl, so it made it look like she died in the bombing. But now he's running it back? I don't... It's weird. Alright, so we're going to the robotics lab. We're probably going to talk to that weird curly-haired bitch, whoever she is. Fucking Aura Raven Rud. What the fuck am I looking at right now? Judgetron JT-02. Why? Why do you need like a giant fucking battle robot in your space station? Okay, whatever. We'll just gloss over it for now. So this is the robotics lab, huh? Looks like it's exactly one floor above the boarding lounge, where people were directed to evacuate from via the emergency ladder. This is where Athena's mother was killed 7 years ago. Speaking of someone who works with robots. Daddy, look, over there! Oh, it's Apollo. So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollo and Aura Blackquill? I don't know what they're talking about. Well, well, come to spoil our fun? Just when I was enjoying our alone time. Drusi and Mr. Wright. Why did he sound less excited when he saw Wright? What's going on here? What are you doing? If it's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own. And I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab. Well, this is my lab, so you'll need my permission if you want to do any snooping. Can you tell me anything about this piece of evidence? Even if I could, I wouldn't tell a filthy lawyer like you. A pleasant response. Okay, so I'm gonna guess like she's not gonna do anything. I forgot she hates lawyers for whatever reason. She doesn't seem to have a particular distaste for Apollo, but whatever. Also, this music kind of creeping me out. I heard about the trial. You made mincemeat out of the director. And suddenly Starbuck was out and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed, and they all lived happily ever after. Daddy, say something to her. And I suppose you're going to defend the princess in court, am I right? Princess, huh? Because she's talking about Athena. Of course, Athena is innocent. Oh my, such loyalty and trust. She seems pretty suspicious to me, though. The emotionally unstable princess. There's your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo? I don't know yet. Apollo, how could you? What's wrong with saying I don't know if it's true? It's a very scientific approach. Your subordinate is more level-headed than you. Or should I say, former subordinate? I can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena? Phew. All this laughing has worn me out. Your turn to say something, hunk of junk. Mr. Terran, you look pale. Shall I help you to the 6th bay? Mr. Terran? That's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. Mr. Terran, how are your injuries? Mr. Terran? Mr. Terran, how are your injuries? Mr. Terran? I guess Clay intends to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him. Oh, and to haunt the lawyer that defends her, too, of course. A robot that can see ghosts? Yeah, right. And I'm a spirit medium. Well, kinda. Sorry, but apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I intend to defend Athena, no matter what you have to say about it. How perfectly foolish. That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like 7 years ago. Could you tell me about the incident 7 years ago? Why? Do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salts in their wounds? Or do you just want me to talk? In that case, what should I ask in return? I'd like to hear about the incident too. It'd help me understand the current case better. Apollo knows about that case too? Vaguely, probably. Well, if you're the one who's asking Apollo, come on, hunk of junk. You tell the story. Miss Aura, that's private information. If you won't talk, I'll just have to make you talk. Yeah! Yes, who cares about personal privacy? Not me. I am ready to utilize my full blast processing abilities to impart all available information. Wow, what a magic trick. He's like a completely different robot now. That's what happens when you give someone heroin. The bodies of all the robots that come through this lab are designed by Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much, much, much younger then. Yikes! Better watch what you say if you don't want to get recycled, Clonko. And then our hearts were created by a great genius, Dr. Metis Sykes. Hearts? Robots with hearts? Can you even make such a thing? Emotions are not irrational things. Our logic and our hearts can be integrated. The two navigation companions created by Miss Aura and Dr. Metis transcend humans. Ah! Metis. She just glanced over at her desk.
Wow.
Nobody could continue Metis's research. She and her work are truly one of a kind. And now the 2 navigation companions are all that are left of Metis here on Earth. The robots are all that's left? Isn't she leaving out a very important someone? We built the ultimate creations together, but now she's gone. I get the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you. What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. But you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay. I guess you and I are pretty much on the same boat. It's alright. Would you like a tissue? Keep your trap shut, hunk of junk. Klonko is an important keepsake of your time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better. What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain, and I can always repair his body. I can always repair his body. You say that as like every single time you hit him, he like makes a reaction. Besides, their hearts aren't actually in their bodies. What do you mean by that? The program Metis wrote runs on a separate mainframe. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts and memories are there too. These bodies are really just peripherals. So, I can do anything I want to them. I'm not so sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor little things. But why are you people looking into such an old case now, anyway? Well, we believe the culprit from the incident may be the same person in this case, as in this case. So Daddy's gonna find out who killed Dr. Sykes, too. I'm sure you're aware who Metis's killer is. Yes, Prosecutor Blackquill, or so it seems. That's a quaint way of putting it. Are you implying you don't think he did it? Can't say anything for sure right now. But that's exactly what I'd like to hear from you. That's exactly why I'd like to hear from your side of it. Tell me be sure. I was the one who introduced Simon to Metis, you know. He wanted to learn psychology, he said, to give himself an edge in court. Terminal cancer is what this is gonna give me. Prosecutor Blackwell's forte is infamous power of suggestion technique. Exactly. And he was oddly serious about it. Rather than a teacher/student relationship, he treated her more like how a loyal samurai would treat his sovereign. Huh. He seems more like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me. He even got along well with the miserable little princess. Why do you call Athena the princess anyway? Well, she is Metis's daughter after all, although she's nothing like her. Besides, doesn't that selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around? Now I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when we ran into Aura yesterday. It all makes sense now. So the culprit behind the 2 cases could be the same, huh? That settles it then. What does it settle? None of your business. Just forget you heard anything. How long are you people going to hang around in here anyway? What? But we came here to take a look around. You think you can just waltz in and ransack a person's lab? Show me a search warrant. We're not the police, so we don't have one. Then get out. Now! Klonko, show him out! Certainly, Miss Zora. Ouch! Don't push! My apologies, I'm just following orders. Ah. I paused my music to be here. Imagine that. Is the camera... Why is the camera fucked, bro? Why is the camera so fucked right now, bro? Ugh. 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 Okay, there you go. What a way to get shown out. The nerve of that woman! What's with that horrible attitude? She's a bitch? I guess that's just how she is. And why was Apollo going along with her? I guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo lost Clay just like how Aura lost Dr. Sykes. I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all. He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that. I guess that's true. Does she mean he's usually silly and dorky? Yes. I'm going to keep an eye on him. Hey, wait, Trucy, come back! Come back! She's gone. What if you got a widow's peak? God damn it. What is with you guys in my hairline? Good lord, you aren't the first person that's asked me about that. Fucking, it's just short hair. Good lord. I can't even remember what a widow's peak even looks like. I mean, it just looks fucking like. Yeah, it's like a V. It's like a V shaped. Golly. What should I do now? Detective Fulbright is probably still questioning Athena. Guess I'll go back to the office. Alone. I'm feeling Saturday. Well, here I am. This office has never felt so empty. I guess I haven't been here at the office all by myself in a long time. Ugh. When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. And then, for a while after that, she was always by my side. Now I'm getting all sentimental. Must be tired. There's something on the floor. What's a letter doing here? Is that my Pookie? Hey, Nick, it's been a while, huh? Miss me? I know this handwriting. Is it Maya? I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have been really something. Although, weird and par for the course with you. I think she, or whatever paper she's reading, is a little off on the details. I'd love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of a difficult part in my trade. So instead, think of me as you watch those Steel Samurai videos I sent you. I'm sure they'll chill you right up. Yours truly, Maya Fey. Oh, good old Maya. It's as if she knew I was feeling down and needed a lift. Oh, I haven't seen that in a long time. Holy shit. Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Believe it or not, but she's the spirit medium. The Magatama I use on Cyclops. Maya's the one who gave it to me. But I wonder how this letter got here. Mr. Nick? Mr. Nick? Ah! Oh, it's Pearls! What the fuck? Holy shit, you're like a few inches bigger now. What the fuck? What are you doing? Who are you? Oh, it's you, Pearls. Holy shit. Talk about a jump scare. I haven't seen this actual child since fucking the trilogy. I'm gonna throw up. I have to use her classic voice.
How have you been, Mr. Nick?
This is Pearl Faye, though I call her Pearls. She is Maya's cousin, who is also a spirit medium. A very talented one at that. I've known her since she was 8 years old, but Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago. What? A few months? Oh. It must be the secret. The DLC case, probably. How old is she now? Because it's gotta been like years. Oh, she's 17. Damn. Damn! She looks a little younger than 17, but then again, the time period between Apollo Justice and the original trilogy is pretty big. You didn't come all this way to bring me a letter, did you?
I apologize for barging in.
He's attorney, more like doofus attorney. Fuck you.
I apologize for barging in. The door was unlocked. But I can't believe there was a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different.
She is even further off on the details than Maya. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on.
Oh, I knew that. I didn't come here for a social visit, you know, Mr. Nick. Did you read the postscript on this letter?
Huh? There's more? Oh yeah, here it is. P.S. I bet you've been busy. You've been too busy to clean or take care of the office. So Pearly said she would come and help you. Isn't she sweet? Better thank her. Oh, so that's what you're doing here. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls. Maya and Pearls. Thanks to these two, I'm starting to feel a little better. Thank you, girls.
Now that I'm here, I'm gonna whip this place into shape. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all.
I'll need to talk to Prosecutor Blackquill if I want to learn more about his case. With the trial still going on, they must be holding him down at the detention center.
Girls, you stay here. You stay here and be a good girl. I'm gonna
go talk to the murderer. Well, look who's here. I wonder what they're talking about. All this time you haven't said a word. It's even turning your hair gray. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackquill. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Blackquill, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. When there's no tomorrow? What is she talking about? We have company, Aura. Please try to calm down. All right, fine. I see you're not going to listen no matter what I say. I've had it. If that's the way you're going to be, then I have another plan up my sleeve. I hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please. See if I care. Someone's on a period. Ugh. Wow. I could cut the tension with a katana. Alright, Dono. It looks like Fulbright saved your case in court this morning. What? Oh yeah, he did. You bounced back to business quick. Prosecutor Blackwell, forgive me, but it was just the thing to do! But, as a result, Sykes Dono was arrested. Was that the just thing to do, too? Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence. What else could I do? Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence. I wouldn't take things so lightly if I were you. Right, Dono. This is a blade-proof glass, right? I mean, to be honest, he shouldn't be having a blade in prison anyways, but... I don't know. Maybe it's because he's a prosecutor is why he's allowed to carry a weapon. I mean... what was her name? Francesca von Zykes or whatever? She had a whip. So, he isn't the first one to have a weapon in court. Francesca had a whip. Godot had coffee. Fucking Gustav, whatever his name is, he has his guitar. Actually, wait, no, he didn't have a guitar. It was invisible. He had an invisible guitar. Because it still played noises, so it was invisible. Okay, I'm done. Prosecutor Blackquill, we're looking into the case from 7 years ago. You're looking for somebody you call the Phantom of 7 Years Past, aren't you? You villain. Where did you hear about that? No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single oh. Oops. Ouch. This wasn't my fault. Could you tell me who this Phantom is? And also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you? Guard, the guest is leaving. Prosecutor Blackwell, please listen to me. The culprit in the current case might be the same one as the one 7 years ago. If you would cooperate, we could probably solve both cases. I suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was, without question, me. I stole Sykes Dono's mother away from her. I destroyed her life. Prosecutor Blackwell. Guard, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you. There we go. No! We've upset Prosecutor Blackwell. Now what are we gonna do, Mr. Lawyer? There isn't much we can do. Detective Fulbright, do you mind if I ask you a little more question about the old case? Well, I guess it won't make any difference. What would you like to know? Do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted? A little. The police called the incident the UR-1 incident. UR-1 incident? What? Prosecutor Blackwell was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kinda like if your red Mr. Lawyer were to kill you. I don't want to think about that one. There were two decisive pieces of evidence, so a verdict was reached very quickly. Two pieces of evidence, huh? What were they? Let's see. First, well, there was some security camera footage. Ooh, a VHS tape. How quaint. He was the only one who used the corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime. The only one, huh? Ouch. That does sound pretty decisive. Did you show me that footage? Oh, sorry, I don't have it with me right now. I guess I'll have to see it some other time. I guess that was just an invisible VHS tape. Bark, bark. And what was the second piece of evidence? This one's even more incriminating. A photo of the moment of the crime. See? There he is in the crime scene, holding a bloody katana. That's not very incriminating, I'll be honest. I mean, like... Yeah, he picked it up, but, like, how do you know he's not just examining it? Like, why is he holding it like that? Like this? It's like, bruh. It was the victims. Kept on display in the room. She had a thing for Japanese culture. Wow. It's hard to explain this one away. But who took this picture, Detective? The incident happened the day before they had one launch. A reporter who came to do a story on the launch was in the room across from the lab. It just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took. Prosecutor Blackclaw's attitude earlier was so odd. He's definitely hiding something. No shit. Fat. Prosecutor Blackclaw said he was hunting a phantom from 7 years ago, didn't he? Yes, and I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches. What did you say? Execution date? What? Damn, that was stinky. What? Did I say something? Never mind me. You didn't hear anything! So he was given the death sentence. Yes, he told me not to tell you people, actually. But I guess there's no sense in hiding it anymore. His execution date is tomorrow. What? Tomorrow? No. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? What I want to know is, if they put this guy on death row, like, what does he get out of doing prosecuting cases? Like, did they basically just, like, make him do prosecution cases just as, like, slave labor? I don't understand. If the guy is in death row, oh, good lord. I mean, the whole fact that he was that they made him, like, prosecute a bunch of cases is kind of stupid, but they get filthy rich and buy a Baconator. Dude, I want a Baconator. Yo, Bronco, cut some filthy off that rich and give me some suds, bro. But what if the culprit of the current case is the same one from 7 years ago? Then it would be the worst possible scenario. Prosecutor Blackwell will be executed tomorrow under a false charge. That would be unthinkable. You have to do something. Right now. I want to do something, I want to, but... You're a lawyer, you know how hard it is to overturn a decision. I know, but why? Why isn't Prosecutor Blackwell putting up any kind of fight? You know who he was, right? He's been like that ever since his conviction. Totally uncooperative. Not even his own sister could persuade him. Uncooperative. When he's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit? This isn't right. I can't let this happen. I have to stop it now. Oh, pardon me. Looks like I have a phone call. Fulbright here. What? What's happened? You've got to be kidding me. That's quite a reaction. I bet he's making a big show of it right now. Mr. Lawyer, the robots! The robots are... Detective Fulbright, get a hold of yourself! Get a hold of yourself! Get a hold of yourself! Tell me what the fuck is happening! Not a malfunction. They're staging a revolt! They're staging a revolt! The machines are rebelling against the humans! They've held them... Yeah, this is...
You serious?
Yeah, that's pretty much me right now. Yeah, the robots, little dinky ass robots are fucking holding a revolt. They've taken some of the visitors hostages. They did what? Trucy. We have to get over there. It's gonna be one heck of a battle. Step into the ring. Damn, girl! Riot police are here, then the robots are really holding people hostage? Look, Mr. Lawyer. What do you suppose the group of people are swarmed around?
But I was only trying to help this nice person. She said she was lost.
You robots have declared war on us humans! You've even taken hostages already!
Stay away from me! You'll never know what it'll do!
But he's not a bad robot. Can't you see he's trying to help me? I recognize that voice. Detective Fulbright, are you okay on your own? Leave it to me. Alright, people, what's going on here? Pearl's over here. What the fuck? Why is she here?
Oh, Mr. Dick, there you are! I heard the terrible news and I got so worried.
Thanks, Pearl. Ew, Pearls, did you just shit yourself? Ugh. Ugh. Let me... The fuck? Did you eat that plastic spaghetti back at the office? You dumb bitch. I wonder why you smell like shit. Oh my god. I'm gonna throw up. I'm actually gonna throw up. Hold on. I made that a little too real. Hold on. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Thanks, Pearls. I can hardly believe what's going on myself.
I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy.
Yeah. See, I just gave myself the hiccups now. Thank God. Bronco seems the same as before.
When people are sad, I am happy. When people are angry, when people are... Oh, did I say something? Did I...
Uh-oh. There is something wrong with him.
Ah.
He's dead!
Looks like he fell asleep. He must have been tired.
Klonko?
Human beings are enemies. It's time for the machine.
I almost sound like that guy from South Park.
It's time for the machines to take over.
That didn't sound like him at all. Robots are rebelling.
Everybody, run! Ah!
It's an all-out war. It's the end of the world. This is so stupid.
Fools, how could you fall for something so cliche? I'm human too, you idiots. I'm just controlling the robots remotely.
What?
But it is true I've taken hostages, so you better not make me mad. Hey, you, hostage number 1. Come here, I'll let you talk to them.
Huh? Something being displayed on Klonko's face screen. It's the Space Museum.
Daddy? Daddy, is that you?
You look like Ned, though. Oh, fuck you. Is that his name? For some reason, when you say Ned, the first thing I think of is Ned Flanders, but that's Simpsons. Oh yeah, no, that is him.
You'll never know.
Tracy, is that you? Tracy, are you alright?
About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Daddy. They've gone haywire. A researcher's behind it. She's here. This girl talks too much.
Tracy, talk to me.
Why are you doing this? I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that detective is listening.
Bobby Fulbright here, I'm all ears.
I want you to bring someone to me. Clay Terran's murderer, Athena Sykes.
Athena? Now, hold on a moment. I can't just give in to a demand like that.
So you don't care what happens to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out then.
No, wait! Mr. Lawyer! I know I have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request, but you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I'll see what I can do, but promise me. Promise me you'll never hand Athena over, and you won't give up on those on the hostages either. Of course I won't! Now, I'd better go contact headquarters.
Mr. Nick, how do you plan on to buy time?
I have no idea yet what this hostage taker could be.
If you don't bring me that little princess, I'll have Hunka Junk kill all the hostages.
Princess? Hunka Junk? Only one person I could be. In which case, there must be something I can use as a bargaining chip. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Miss Hostage Taker, Athena's not a murderer.
What are you talking about? She's been arrested and they've got her in detention.
I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Well, it's not Athena. It's someone else.
Alright, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is this real killer? know yet, but well, the culprit is the same as the one from the one in the case from 7 years ago. The UR-1 incident. I believe you have a personal interest in that case? It's too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is. But is it really too late? You can still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it. Just what exactly are you proposing? What can I do about the 7-year-old case to satisfy the hostage? I propose we retry the case from 7 years ago. If you make that demand now, I'm sure nobody will deny you. It wouldn't be an official trial, but at least we could find out the truth. That's good. Real good. Hey, detective. I'll give you 1 hour. Get a courtroom ready. Oh, 1 hour? Well, that's impossible. Please give me at least until tomorrow. If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. Oh, but wait. If we're going to have a retrial, we'll need a prosecutor. Don't worry. I'll take care of that. She will? And I guess I can be fair and let you come in and check out the crime scene. But Hunk of Junk here will be watching you, so don't try anything funny. You got that? Now follow Hunk of Junk. Riot police, make way. We're coming through.
Mr. Nick, wait! I'll help you with the investigation.
Thanks, Burls. I appreciate that. Okay, let's go. We're going in. We're going ghost. Would you accidentally say the no-no word like how Randy did on national television? Like the N-word? No. As funny as it would be. No, well. No. No, I'm very careful with that. I would never say the N-word ever in my life. I would never say the funny gamer word. Unless someone like had a gun to me, in which case I probably would, but you know, that's I mean, you don't really have a choice there at that point, so. Oh, shit, my pants. Or dropped us off without a warning not to touch anything until she got back.
Wonder what's taking so long. But we can't really start the investigation yet, can we?
Even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the room was like 7 years ago.
Mr. Wright?
Ah! It's the hostage taker!
I'm back to my usual self now. You are still being monitored, however. But more importantly, an important guest has arrived.
A guest? No. What the fuck? Is that my Pookie? Oh. 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 How about the blow?
I trust you've been well, right?
It's my boy Edgeworth. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. I miss him. I miss him so much. Oh. I'm fucking gooning. Oh boy. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? Edgy Poo, I love you. Ooh, look at the pretty kitty. Oh my goodness, there's a pretty kitty. Yes, you're a pretty kitty. Kitty cam. Kitty cam. Kitty cam, kitty cam, kitty cam. Oh. There we go. Oh, you're gonna flop over. You're a floppy kitty. You are. You're a floppy kitty. Okay, we're good. Alright. This is Miles Edgeworth. We've been friends since we were kids. We faced off in court a number of times, back when he was a prosecutor, but now...
Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, are you?
He's chief prosecutor now. Pretty soon it'll be a year, right? A title is nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss? No. I just realized that your room light is so damn warm, it's giving piss lighting. What? Yeah, because I live in the fucking back rooms. I was just walking down the street, just going, and then all of a sudden I went, "Whoa!" And now I'm here. Now I'm forced to stream. What, would you prefer the lights off? You want to see the lights off? You want to see the fucking lights off? I couldn't stop myself from laughing when I saw my fucking face. Alright, back to my... Oh boy, alright. Goodness gracious, that was funny. So what are you doing here, Edgeworth? It's a bit horrifying, not gonna lie. No, nah, bro. Nah, bro, it's really funny. Wait, hold on. Hold on, I want to do something real quick. Hold on. We're gonna do this. Oh. Did you like that? I get you there. I wanted to do the Ben Swallow pose where like he's got his hands down. He's got the fucking lightsaber going. But I didn't I didn't have enough room to do it because my bed's like there's not a lot of room in my room. boy. Oh, I got issues. All right. The captor chose me as the prosecutor for the UR-1 case. Wow, she's good. She went all the way up to the top. I gathered all the information I could in the short time that I had. I'll give you the rundown. I bet your lightsaber is the dude with the cone head. I forgot his name. I know you're talking about Jean Shui, Wang Shui, Wang Shui, Ki-Adi-Mundi. I wasn't even close. I knew exactly who you're talking about. It was Ki-Adi-Mundi. The guy who got fucking gunned down in the third movie. I gathered all the information I could, so I'll give you the rundown.
You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Thanks. I appreciate this. Oh, sorry, this is me. Thanks. I appreciate this. I could really use the help. Also, there's like multiple Jedi with blue lightsabers. Obi-Wan had a blue lightsaber. He's the only other... Well, also Luke had a blue lightsaber as well, I think, before he became evil. I'll start with a brief overview. The victim was the psychologist, Dr. Matis Sykes. Yeah, Athena's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. I have 2 crime photos, and the police notes on them for you to see. Damn! She got stabbed right in the titties.
What a terrible way to die.
This other photo shows the other side of the room, I see. I also have the autopsy report for you. Well, I wanted to look at these. Look at these two. The victim's body was found on the operating table. A katana, the victim's staff jacket, and a cart were found nearby. And for whatever reason, a tissue. That seems different. So, in this, there is a difference in this shot and the other shot. Where's the robot arm? There's no robot arm. There's this arm, which, by the way, has blood on here as well. There's also a third suitcase over here, for whatever reason. It's weird. I immediately see, like, 2 inconsistencies. Of course, there's a sword. Which, I mean, it's probably the same sword. I don't think it's any of that different. Do you have the security footage as well, Twin? I also have the autopsy report for you. Ooh. The cause of death was a stab wound to the chest. The weapon pierced the heart, and so the death was instantaneous. Instant death due to stab wound to the heart. The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene. Alright. Yes, Detective Fulbright mentioned she was into Japanese culture. The body was found by a Space Center staff member and two police officers. I feel like my British accent is like worse now. The police were called in because of the sabotage threat on the Hat 1 launch. Yes, Director Cosmos mentioned this too. A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackquill, a young prosecutor. I hear his trial was over in a flash. Yes, a guilty verdict was declared in only one session. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was also decisive evidence against him too. The security camera video, and a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall. Oh wait, as I recall. I didn't realize this was Phoenix talking.
Did Prosecutor Blackwell have a motive?
To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it, but he would never say why. So that means he must still be hiding something. Right. And there's another aspect of the case that was never revealed to the public. Yeah, I know. The part about the spy, right? Right. How on earth do you know about that? Dr. Cosmos told me, after a bit of pressure. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the Hat 1 miracle.
Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets.
Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackquill of being a spy. They think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. But if you can prove that the Hat 2 bombing is the work of the same spy, we can stay the execution? It's a possibility. That's why I intend to help you in any way I can. Thanks, Edgeworth. Now, this is why he's my boy! He's my boy! He's a proper man. I love him. I'd kiss him if I could. Right in his lush lips. Thanks, Edgeworth. Now all I'll have to do is comb this room for evidence.
Let's do it together!
It's B&M.
Wow. Look at that 3D models. Wow.
This is one heck of a robot.
There's something written on it. Is this supposed to be a poem?
Bruh.
I cut down anyone who displeases me. I make the rules. I am the law. I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judge Shran, J2-02. JT-02.
I don't believe we need to bother with that, Pearl. It's not even completed yet. He's right, Pearls. There's no sign of it in the photo 7 years ago either. They were building the Hope space probe here at the time. The murder occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room. So it was long gone by the time someone took this picture, huh?
But you can see the probe in this newspaper photo.
Yes, you can see the stolen moon rock there too. That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture? Is that a moon rock? I thought it would be more gray, not black and yellow. Black and yellow, black and yellow. Note that the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. I hear a lot of research on the moon rock. I looked up an image of moon rock and it doesn't look anything like that. What? I look up an image of moon rock and one of the images I see is, what are marijuana moon rocks? Let's go. Moon rocks of CBD. What the fuck? Dude, I want rocks from the moon, not fucking weed. But like, hit me up though. Oh. Okay, I'm done looking at rock. What's Edgy doing here? Oh, he's gonna be the prosecutor of this case. You would know if you were here earlier. So this person who stole it, think it was our spy? I'm sure of it. Dr. Sykes was probably killed because he was a roadblock in their plan. Unfortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Blackwell is the culprit. Wait, what did he say? Ultimately or unfortunately? Okay, no, he did say unfortunately. Hey, look at these row of rolling cases. Rolling cases. I bet the wheels make it easier for people to move heavy research material around.
I bet that'd be fun to ride around in. We could even probably both fit in the biggest one. I know. We could have Prosecutor Edgeworth push us.
Why are you blushing at that, dude? Some of us has jobs. Loser. I don't trust him not to push us down a flight of stairs. Why would he do that? What's this? A giant robot arm, maybe?
It's pretty big for an arm, but you're right. I think these thin parts are finger bones. They're even about as long as my legs.
And there's a spiked ball and a giant drill on the floor too. Is Aura trying to build some kind of weapon of mass destruction?
Maybe she wants to use it to demolish a big building or something.
I could picture her gleefully tearing down the street doing just that. I better not think about it anymore. What's this? Looks like a giant power plug. It's attached to what looks like an electric vehicle charging station.
That's a charging station for us robots. We come here periodically and charge ourselves.
Wow, machines that maintain themselves. That's pretty cool.
If our batteries run out, we lose consciousness. We never know what Miss Aura will do to us while we're down, you see.
How old is Pearls now? 17. She is currently 17 in this game. She is much older, although I'll be honest, she looks like she's 12. Or maybe 15, I don't know. She's just taller. Nothing motivates quite like fear, huh? It's about as cluttered as my office, but I think it's a workbench.
Mr. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at the photo. See the cute little food processor?
What? That isn't a food processor, Pearls. That's the Hope Capsule. Why are you making her sound like a baby then? Because that's her original voice. She was the OG. She was the OG. Get that teenager voice? Ugh. It was scheduled to be loaded onto the Hope space probe that fateful day. The 3 people who came to collect the capsule deliver the body. First on the scene, huh? I still remember 2 police officers, was it? And they were here to collect the capsule, which reminds me. So they plan to use the bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Edgeworth, did those 3 people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule? Oh, you mean this? It's a custom-made shock-resistant bag, but how'd you know? Oh, I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it, that's all. So he's looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, is he? How does he know about Apollo? They've never met. At least as far as I know. Oh, shit. Channel that teenage girl, Sassy. Now. Aura's desk is a mess, though that doesn't surprise me. Ugh. I went to no, I'm just doing her voice. I can't fucking do like teenage girl like.
I just want to dive in and straighten it up.
No, I hate that. That makes me want to fucking die. Boy, before you do. There's a photo. I've never seen a woman so depressed before. It's Menace Sykes. Quanko, can I talk to you? I really hope he's back to normal.
You wish to speak with me, Mr. Wright? If you're going to hit me, please avoid the face area.
Hey, don't put me in the same class as that woman. What was Aura like 7 years ago at the time of the incident?
When Mother died, Miss Aura was confused.
Huh. So he calls Dr. Sykes mother. But Aura Blackquill Miss Aura?
With the loss, she's exhibited a severe
what? Catecholamine imbalance? What is that? Catecholamine. Ah! Rotten cat.
Catecholamine.
Catecholamine? Catecholamine imbalance.
Excuse me, I have no idea what that means. Pardon me, researching for alternative expression. She would spend the nights crying and then take her feelings on those around her. Take out her feelings on those around her.
Produced by the is a group of hormones and neurotransmitters, primarily dopamine, norepinephrine, and epinephrine. Produced by the brain, nerve tissue, and adrenal glands. They are critical components of the body's fight or flight response, increasing heart rate, blood pressure, and energy availability during stress. Okay. She was wacky. After Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded a retrial as well.
This is correct, but without new evidence, her requests were ignored. And then little by little, Miss Aura began to change. She started to hate it when I called her Mama Aura.
And before long, she started hating the court system and abusing Klonko, huh? Make her sound like Dr. Mrs. the Monarch from the Venture Bros.
The murder destroyed so many lives.
That's gonna fuck with my voice, but we'll roll with it for a little bit. Let's see how long I can handle it. Right, take a look at this paper on Dr. Sykes and Miss Blackwell's research. Punko and Klonko. They're the robots with hearts that Dr. Sykes created. Can determine the presence of human with their heart rate detection system. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket tag ID. Or ID tag. Can also recognize a person by facial features once the face has been registered. Can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice and communicate with them. Okay, that's probably why she's there as a psychologist, is to make them register emotions, which I don't fucking know how you're supposed to do that, but you know, it's whatever. A heartbeat detection system lets them determine when a human is present. In addition, yeah, we already read this. Hey, I don't know, Edgeworth. This might even be more human than you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Kind of sounds like these robots can do what Athena does. Emergency ladder. This must be the one they used during the evacuation. We already know about that. As Miss Blackwell was climbing down the side of the building, she saw the culprit inside. I wonder which would have been scarier, that or looking down. It looks like... Oh, I know. I was wondering what my feet were tickling. Fucking charger. It looks like an operating... Oh, that's where that went. There you go. No, kitty. It's not time for me to brush the kitty. I'm streaming. You want to brush the kitty while I stream? Huh? He likes it when I brush him. You fucker. You're in the wrong neighborhood. There you go, kitty cam. Kitty cam, kitty cam, kitty cam. That's me. That's the kitty. Oh, look at the kitty. Oh, look at the pretty kitty. Yeah, he loves it. He loves it when I brush him. Look how happy he is. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah. Brush it. Yeah, there you go. Ooh. Ooh. Your little brush. Oh, he's so happy. You're happy, kitty. There you go. Oh yeah, he's such a happy boy. Brah. Alright. Back to the game. It looks like an operating table. It's in the photo too. Yes, it was here then as well, when the victim's body was lying on it.
There's a button here. Ooh, I know. I'll try pushing it.
Pearls, don't touch the... Oopsie. Hey, it's moving! It appears to be a robot assembly device.
Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle disassemble button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
Please don't push any more buttons, Pearls. Well, I guess that's about it for this room. What do you think, right? Any ideas? There are a few gaps in the evidence, but I'll pull it off somehow. After all, you asked me to prove Blackwell's innocence, right, Edgeworth?
What? He did?
Yep. He called it a special request. He reached out to me while I was still disbarred. Right, 7 years ago.
So that was what sparked you to get your attorney's badge back?
Yep, the Blackwell case. Right, I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion. Hey, I'm not even a lawyer anymore, remember? I haven't been one for a long time. That 8-year misunderstanding has been cleared up. And you must be eager to return. I'm sure you're familiar with the other case that ushered in the dark age of the law. Very soon, a convict will stand as a prosecutor in court. I want you to keep an eye on him. Oh, just when I'm beginning to actually like the job I have now. Right. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Because of the espionage aspect, I wasn't free to give you all the details. Hey, no need to apologize. It's like I said on the phone the other day. I know that the type of criminals you're after now aren't small fries anymore. It looks like your target has finally decided to make a move. Yeah. It's for this very reason I returned. It's time to bring it to an end. That's what he said in the anime, intro. I'm going to bring an end to the dark age of the law. That's what this is all about.
The dark age of the law. It sure comes up a lot these days on TV and in the papers.
And I kind of forgot the voice.
And I hear there are more false charges and fabrication of evidence than ever.
Homie, there's a lot there. In every single game, there's been those like false charges. When I became chief prosecutor, the court system had already lost the people's trust. It all began 8 years ago. A lawyer was caught fabricating evidence. And the year after that, a prosecutor was found guilty of murder.
Wait. Do you mean...
That's right. He's talking about my case and Prosecutor Blackwell's. It was a downward spiral after that, an absolute nightmare. After those two cases, the mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Public opinion was tainted, and before long, the legal world itself was sucked into it. Such a shame. Once suspicion forms, it's very hard to shake. Lawyers and prosecutors were supposed to trust each other, pursue the truth together. That has literally not been the case for any of the games other than Apollo Justice. A lot of like the original game has just been like a hate train towards you. Like they just didn't give a fuck. They only cared about results. That's just kind of their whole thing. The only difference was between Gavin and Apollo. Because Gavin was a cool guy. I liked him. He's a good boy.
It's so sad when people begin to cast doubt. They start lying to themselves and each other.
I want to make like a bit with her, like she constantly goes in and out of puberty. So like sometimes she'll go back to her baby voice, and then other times you bitch! You skipped all this dialogue! Look what you did! You foiled it! You foiled everyone. Wait, Bay.
It's so sad when people begin to cast doubt. They start lying to themselves and to each other.
Yes, they do, and do absolutely anything to win. We're in the age where winning is valued far more than the truth. I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many a night's rest. Is it just me, or did his brow get even more furrowed than the last time I saw him? The hostage taker's disdain for the courts is a perfect example of the times. Sure it is. It sure is. Do you have any idea who the hostage taker might be? Well, somebody who mistrusts the court system and who can manipulate robots. It can really only be Aura Blackwell. Who else but her would want a retrial of that case from 7 years ago so badly? Simon Blackwell's older sister and the owner of this room. I agree with your conclusion. Perhaps she intended to force Miss Sykes to confess. Actually, I think she had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena. The important thing is for you to solve UR-1 and prove Blackwell's innocence.
And then maybe she'll release the hostages.
I'm counting on you, right? To set that prosecutor and those hostages free. I'll be counting on you in court to help me too. Of course, I'll do anything I can to help uncover the truth. As this isn't an official trial, I'm more at liberty to be a little unorthodox.
Mr. Wright, are you finished with your investigation?
Yeah, but I'd like you to tell the hostage taker something for me. I have to go to the detention center. Can't start the trial until I've talked to Athena.
She's already given her consent. I'll accompany you to the detention center.
So I'm still...
No, it fucking stinks! Ugh!
Oh my gosh, it fucking smells like cat poo-poo in here. I wonder why that would be. Ugh. God, that's horrendous. You gonna flick me? Get your tail. Get your tail. Alright. Ah! Fuck! Fuck, I'm opening a window. Fucking hell, hold on. There, hopefully that should air out the doo-doo smell. Eventually. Fuck. I'll also have to like be a little quieter because I don't want to. I don't want to be too loud so people would, the neighbors would be upset with me. I'm still being watched, huh? I'll see you in court, Edgeworth. Even if it will be an undocumented trial, it'll be good to see you in court again. Oh, Edgeworth. Oh. She was right by my side only a few hours ago, but I feel like I haven't seen her in ages. Oh, Mr. Wright!
Athena.
And Pearly, too.
I knew you would come. After all, the first step is the interview with the defendant. And because you're my friend and I was worried about you. Thanks, boss. I'm not the only one who's worried either. Really? Who else? I saw Miss Woods today. She was so beside herself she came to find me. She told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you knew so much about the place. Oh.
Shut up.
Oh, so you know, huh? I'm sorry I didn't tell you. That's alright. But there are some other things I'd like to ask you. Sure, you can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you. I wonder if I'll ever get a chance to present evidence like that again. Probably never work as a lawyer again now. Tell me about the day Clay was murdered. I was actually at the Space Center that day. In the Space Museum. Right where the culprit fled to? That's not good. I never could fully deal with what happened 7 years ago. But when I saw the center again during the news coverage of the Hat 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time. I must have taken a lot of courage to face your past like that. So I went to the Space Museum the evening before the explosions. Hey. Knock it off. Knock that off, Mr. Loud-ass boy. This was before the launch pads had been switched. There was a sign that said closed for repairs, and they weren't letting anybody in. Yeah, the director couldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there. But I snuck in anyway. Did you want to see the Had One group photo? The one with your mother in it? I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. Oh, that was her jacket? I thought that was Cosmos' jacket, but that was mostly because he was the only one that actually wore the outfit. Jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes? Well, that explains the slicing, the cut on the jacket. But I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get over such a traumatic experience. The second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Everything around me went hazy and I couldn't see. I tried to get out of there somehow, but I guess I passed out. Ah! When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. Wait, there's a passage behind the rocket? I was in the shadows where people couldn't really see me. Maybe I got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave?
How long do you think you were unconscious, Athena?
I was out until noon the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge 1. I'm just gonna lay back for a little bit. Why are you staring at me? Why are you staring at me? Do you want something? Do you want me to let you go? That's what I thought. Bitch. Ooh, give me kisses. Trip my knee. Are you tweaking? Are you about to sneeze? You about to sneeze? No? Rotten boy. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge 2. My mind must have still been fuzzy because my memory is vague after that. I don't remember how I got home. No memory, huh? This is gonna be tough. Which means, what if I'm the one who killed Clay? I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. So during the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum. Of course I believe her. But will anybody else?
Probably not.
What kind of research was Dr. Sykes, your mother, doing? Machines that could tell people's emotions by their tones of voice. And my special ability. Someday, when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. So she said they had to be able to understand how their human companions felt. Wow,
Robots that can understand people.
I was just a convenient subject for her research. All she ever did was work, and she never paid any attention to me. Oh! Sorry about that. Dredging up all that old stuff. Well, damn. No need to apologize. I guess her home life was complicated. Oh, by the way, Miss Woods said something about you always wearing headphones? God, she looks so fucking depressed. But she got them Beats by Dre, so it's alright. I had to wear them every time I went out. Oh, I hated them so much, but she wouldn't listen.
What were they for?
Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation. But I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand. Okay. But let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research. I want to believe that. But just about the only things my mother left me with our widget. And this earring.
Ooh, it's beautiful.
It's made of a piece of real moon rock what the fuck? Real moon rock she had for research. Maybe she did love me in her own way. I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did. Because that's what I want to believe too. I better ask her a little more about her mother's research. I should show her the paper I found in the robotics lab.
Wrong evidence.
Is it this? Oh! The Ponko series. You must have gone to the robotics lab. You seem to really love Ponko and Klonko. Yeah, my mother made them when I grew up around them, you know. And I grew up around them, you know. You know. Oh,
Oh, there's one of those cute little robots in the photo, too.
see Ponko's bandages? I put those on her. I just wound them around and around. Pretty bad job, huh? But I really put my all into it. I hardly left the center in those days, so I didn't have any human friends besides Junie. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and human people back then. I thought if a robot broke, bandaging it would help it get better. What a weirdo I was. It looks like there's something written on the bandages. Yeah, I wrote stuff like, "Get well soon, Ponko." But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash.
Oh, that must be the thing. That must be the thing I made move in the robotics lab.
I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked like magic to me, what she could do. A little girl who grew up around robots. She seemed to have some good memories of it. On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up at the space, the person holding up the space center? Yes, a little. This person has even taken hostages. I guess I'd better spare her the news about Trucy. Well, after some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago. What? You're kidding me! So that means Prosecutor Blackwell might... Yep. I know he's innocent. I just have to prove it. So wait, did you know him back then? Yes. He used to come visit my mom a lot. He studied my psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. He was very kind and considerate, and straight as an arrow. Unlike now, where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes. That's why I took the witness stand during his trial 7 years ago.
Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her.
I was a fool. How could anybody else know what I was talking about? She heard the voice of his heart.
You were only 11, right? You were very brave just to give testimony.
Rose is right. You did the very best you could at the time. But nothing I said did any good. I was a shaking and scared little girl, small and ineffectual. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed closed up in my shell.
But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful.
Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. Okay. I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realized that if I became a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. I also realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty. When I studied it, I felt like she was there with me, supporting me. Doesn't seem like Athena knows that Prosecutor Blackwell is due to be executed tomorrow. I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him. Come to think of it, she says something like that during the Themis Legal Academy trial. She mentioned there was somebody she wanted to save. She must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackwell. I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What did he say? No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent. He was? I wonder if he smiled, like he used to, back then. Did I hear Penis Legal Academy? No, Themis. It was probably the way I said it. If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I just have to free him. Failure is not an option here. Aha! As I thought you might be here, Mr. Lawyer. We're in trouble. We are? What is it? I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session.
Oh no, but this is an emergency.
It's very difficult to interrupt the trial once it's underway. My phone! It's from Trucy! I told you I'd give you 1 hour. I guess it's time to pick one of the hostages. No, wait, we still have a little more time. Besides, all the courtrooms are being used right now. Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get more time. Your daughter is first. The poor thing. She's a little too young to die, don't you think? No, don't you dare hurt her! There has to be something I can do. The cruelest injustice is about to befall us.
No, this can't be happening. Mystic Maya, help us.
Wait a minute. Maya? God, son of a bitch. I knew they were gonna do this. The trial's gonna be held in the fucking destroyed courtroom. That's immediately what I thought. Courtroom. Ooh, oh, that's it. There is a courtroom we can use after all. Okay, time's up. Too bad. Any last words you'd like to say to her? Aura, please don't add the crimes you've already committed. So you know who I am, do you? It wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway. We're ready to start the trial. We can hold it in the ruins of courtroom number 4. The one the one blown up by the bomber. Oh, what a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick. I never would have thought of that. An astonishing trial in an astonishing location. I guess it's only befitting. I'll go get the place ready right away. I didn't exactly pick the place for its astonishing factor. How about it? Are you ready to have your brother's innocence proven? My brother? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention? It's not Simon you'll be defending. What? Not Prosecutor Blackwell? I indict Athena Sykes on the charge of murdering her own mother. You'll be defending the little princess there, the one behind the glass. What? See you in the mountain of rubble you've chosen for our courtroom, Mr. Wright.
What is she talking about? Athena?
Of course. Why didn't it ever occur to me before? If Prosecutor Blackquill is innocent, somebody else had to have been the true culprit. Did I kill my own mother? No. No! No way. It can't be true.
Mr. Nick, what's the matter?
I see 5 black cyclocks. I've seen these kinds of locks before. Dark, black locks protecting a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart. And there's no way to remove them. Have I seen black cyclocks before? I don't remember. Who had black cyclocks? Was it Gustav's brother Christ? Was it Christoph Gavin? Oh yeah, it was. It was Christoph. Shit. Oh, shut up, bitch. You gonna help Will with his homework? First of all, he doesn't need my help. He's smarter than I am. And second of all, he does, like, far higher, like, grades of math than I do. In fact, I'm not even that great at math. I could barely count. I could barely count Dooku.
I did a little research. I looked into those special psych locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick.
You did? That's great. I really appreciate it.
A red psych lock protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide.
If the person folds under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out.
Yep, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos. And literally everybody else in the entire games. Just look it over for him and tell him what you think. Alright. I don't know anything else. Well, this is hard. I can't do this.
But a black psych lock protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. A secret that person isn't even consciously aware of.
So even they don't know it's there?
Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself.
Okay, so all I have to do is break the psych locks.
According to my research, a black psych lock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they're ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul.
In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden.
Alright, but will you be alright by yourself, Mr. Nick?
I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all of my focus and strength.
You can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back.
No, that's not it. I just meant I could relax and concentrate if I knew you were if you were with Athena. You're the only one who can do it, Pearls.
All right, I'll do it then.
Good luck, Mr. Nick. Rip it off? No, no. I can't risk it. Whew. Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I'd better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground. It's the... Is that a robot at the witness? Court or some facsimile smelly thereof is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Okay. Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper official trial. Take this more seriously, or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap.
Please try not to upset Miss Blackwell. I'm begging you. Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes. I'm on the blow. This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce.
What did you say?
Edgeworth, did you not hear what I just said to His Honor? However, this ridiculous farce is very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder.
That case ushered in the odious dark age of the law.
I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind that case today.
Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled, and glory shall be restored to the court system.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth.
I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR-1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackquill has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Brace yourself, Phoenix, here it comes. I'm sorry, right, but the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the count of the murder in first degree. She murdered her mommy dearest.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
You better bring it.
I'm getting a legal boner right now.
If the two of you are ready. Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready. The prosecution is also ready.
Oh, I just came. Oh. Oh my God, it's everywhere! Oh my God. Where's my boogie? This immense tension. Oh my God, I actually tear up. What the fuck? How did I do that? Okay. This immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off. It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackquill of false accusations and end this insanity. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackquill did it either. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackquill. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy. The true culprit is a spy. It's gonna be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackquill and expose the spy.
Now then, Chief Prosecutor Eggsworth, Eggy Weggy.
No need for the Chief Prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I am here as a simple prosecutor.
Very well, your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although I've been known of late to give an impression opening statement myself.
In all the trials I've ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement.
Of course, you're right. I was just joking. Just having a little fun.
So he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting. Let's go look at his shirt in Discord. What? No.
You're good.
All right. Let's start with a brief overview of the UR-1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on October 7th. The victim, psychologist Metis Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. Athena's mother. Simon Blackquill, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict.
1. Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. 2. This photo which captured the moment of the crime. Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed...
Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now, hurry up and call the witness.
Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedure of these things, you know. Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial sponsor, after all. I used the wrong voice. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back. Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly. As skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see. The prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth a new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony? And just who is this witness anyway? It's me! What the fuck? Bobby Fulbright's the name, and just as we trust! What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Ora Blackwell. She says she's too busy, what with confining and threatening the hostages and all. That doesn't seem to stop her constantly chiming in through Clonko.
I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best.
I'm watching you.
Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation. And though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory. I have here Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go. How are we supposed to how are we supposed to fucking cross-examine, like, your fucking testimony if you're just going on, like, a word street? Just a word sheet? Like, what the fuck? Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the same time. They say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside, that's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. It totally goes on the face of the official ruling. Huh. About the case she mentions, there were other rolling cases like that one in the lab. But they're not for traveling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment. Must be talking about that. I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases of all different sizes. At the last trial, they thought that Prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. And that camera captured footage of Blackwell leaving the scene with the case. I could see why that footage helped bring this trial to an quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure. Yeah, I can fucking do that. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside on the Space Center grounds. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant Athena Sykes found? She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center, in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony. And there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi. That is what the evidence is saying, yes. I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused's mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Of course, the girl had a very strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor? Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yeah, she's done it quite a few times in court. The ability to read emotions from speech, and the subject of her mother's research. Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't really see any particular problems with researching it. I don't like where this is heading, not one bit. Dr. Seitz was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting... I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. Order! Order in the court! What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. It's kind of hard to believe considering the fact that this girl was pierced in the heart with a katana. I mean, I guess katanas aren't that heavy considering the way they're made, but it's still a sword. I'm not too sure an 11-year-old could, especially a girl, could hold up a fucking katana like that. Not to mention stabbing her, like, directly in the heart. Although I do agree that is definitely a motive, is the experiments and also the fact that she didn't pay attention to her when she was a kid. She didn't give her much attention. So, yeah. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could, Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes. Alright. Where's the black cat? What, Bo? Right there. Kitty kitty. Boop. Oh my goodness, such a cute boy. He's a pretty kitty. There you go. You like the pretty kitty? I love his snoot. Just like peeking at the camera. Look at the little boy. Such a child boy. Ow. Excuse me. No biting. You want to bite you? You want to bite you? Hmm? Yes. Oh my goodness. He loves it when I scratch his neck. Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. There's the kitty neck. Alright. I'm gonna go get me some water. You're gonna watch my cat for me, twin. Watch out for Bo for me. I'm gonna go get me some water. Watch him.
I'll be back.
It smells like doo-doo in here. God, you can see my gut from here. Ugh. Who's this? Who's this guy? Alright.
Thanks for looking after him.
And then go. There we go. All right.
Hold it!
Well, that's speculation. No, Miss Blackquill has proper grounds for it.
Objection!
Why didn't you just say so in the first place? You're the one who screamed, "Hold it!" and cut me off. Fine, so I may have jumped the gun by a teeny weeny bit. Now I know what they mean by close enough to argue. Moving on.
Hold it!
This rolling case. I suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo with Prosecutor Blackquill in it. But was absent in the crime scene photos were taken. Yes, that's the one. And Miss Blackquill has drawn a conclusion from these two photos. She has? And what was that conclusion? You're the one with her notes. Oh, right, of course. Reading them now. So why are they rolling cases?
Hold it!
And how do you propose you hit a person inside one of those cases? Had you forgotten we just saw a thing on the other day? Just saw a thing the other day. At your own daughter's magic show, she fit a grown person into a small box. You went to Trucy's magic show? I didn't know that was your thing. Oh yeah, I could ruin the memory of a good day. A magic show. I wish you would have thought to invite me. I actually would have liked to go too. my apologies. I'll invite you both next time, I promise. So, wait a minute. What are we talking about? Prosecutor Black is the hide some.
Hold it!
Well, that's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that case? I think it was Moonrock.
Objection!
There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The Moonrock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock.
Objection!
Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in that case? Well, Mr. Wright, can you? Yikes. Give a guy some time to think. Let's see. Should I bluff my way? I mean, bro, you don't have a choice. The katana, maybe? No, because the katana was right there. Oh. I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from that scene. I just have to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat. Oh, I would be very interested in that theory. If that's the case, then that is. This is the crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what's missing. Duh, it's right there. 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 Nightmare. All right, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. What did he take from the thing?
Take that!
Please notice that there is a robot part on top of the cart in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime. You do appear right. I don't see it in the second picture. But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which... What are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball. Stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Your Honor, about this robot part? Doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there? Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just the Moonrock and a robot arm. But was it really just one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe. I believe there was another robot at the scene that looks just like this one here. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was the other robot that was in the case. What?
Objection!
Yeah, we jam. We can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandages, making it difficult to verify what it is.
Objection!
I know for a fact that it is a robot arm. I can even tell you which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not. But, Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of the technologically illiterate type. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned. Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot it belongs to.
Take that!
The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal the same way people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. Fucking idiot. The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko. Order in the fucking court! Prosecutor! Edgeworth, fuck! What do you say about this? What do you have to say? Why? Why do you be like this? I concede that the robot is about the same size as a child, but it cannot grab its knees and curl itself into a ball. Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there. The case does. I can't read for shit. Hold on, give me a minute. The case does come up to be a mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwell. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that. You've got me there. So then, did Prosecutor Blackwell... Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell had to do was dismantle it. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside the rolling case. It sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point.
Objection!
Except that there was a body on the table where the robot was dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
Objection!
But what if it wasn't done on a table? What if the katana was used instead? You mean the sword? Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart?
I suppose so. Their joints are made of a very tough material. A blade could slice through them.
What is it made from, then? What? Is it not made of steel? I thought these were, like, made of, like, wires and like, steel cable, whatever. Whatever. Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know that the existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation. You can't mean... That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. That makes sense. Most likely, the rest of Punko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet.
Not hearing this.
Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes never was at the scene of the time of the murder!
Ah! My head! My head! My body! Where am I? Ah!
Order in the court!
It's true that Punko was found in pieces after the murder, and I'll admit, I repaired her myself afterwards.
Hey. Yes! Finally making some progress. Hopefully I've gotten at least one step closer to prevent both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell in
Objection!
Well played, Mr. Wright. You've made your point abundantly clear. I concede that it wasn't the defendant inside the ruling case, but the robot. Alright, what's going on here? It's never good when he plays things this straight. Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene? No, Your Honor, my claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
But Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside that
Objection!
case. The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the outset. Now I have the opportunity to voice my theory. Thanks to the defense. Edgeworth, he's been one step ahead of me this whole time. What an asshole! In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene? Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding something in his arm, in front of his body, as if he were... What? So... You think he's carrying Athena with one arm? First of all, that would be impossible because you would see the shadows of her. You would probably see, like, the shadow of her feet or something. Or you would see, like, some part of her, like, edging out. That's hardly evidence. I have proof. The surcoat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape. A blood stain with a distinctive shape. Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth. "7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there was only one in the world, a special pair of headphones made just for her." She's pretty big. Okay, headphones. Analysis showed the blood stain to be in the exact same shape as these headphones. Oh, what? What the fuck? In other words, this was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones, and then it was imprinted into Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp. A most gruesome stamp indeed. Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was, without question, present at the crime scene. And that concludes the prosecution's argument. Order! If the defendant were indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicion. Objection! We've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well. I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer. I don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time? No, I don't see any recording of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But, as it turns out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand. A robot witness? Holy shit! Order in the court. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think of this? Mr. Wright has called all manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. Man, I'm just trying to figure out a spot to put my mic. I'll just leave it as is. I'm just tired of the wiring just touching my leg. Ew. Ugh. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him. That's true. I summoned a parrot once. Very well. It will allow the witness. I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko. You can tell she's the robot version because of the eyelashes and the yellow titties. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is not Witness. My name is Ponko.
Yes, I realize that, but when you are at the witness stand, you are the witness.
No, I'm not. I'm Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko.
What an utterly inflexible little robot. You're the last person you should be calling anybody inflexible. Haha! You remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious. All right, Ponko, I'm going to ask you some questions.
Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are your questions?
I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Metis Sykes. It was 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab.
Certainly. Just one moment. Searching data. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab.
It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all. This is great. I just knew Ponko must have seen something important. A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable. The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild. So, little Ponko, do you think you could give us your testimony today?
For sure.
That woman's dead ass like, I really do this.
I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. But as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There is no data after this point, after that fucking point. I can't fucking think.
Well, it sounds like the defendant was, without a question, at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder. I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime. What? At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that the witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited. So what are you suggesting? The witness's statements needs to be interpreted. For example, the term hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child. Are you sure about that? You're telling me that you wouldn't get... If you were an adult woman and a child ran to you and, like, lunged at you to give you a hug, you wouldn't like, fall down or, like, stumble? I'm not a woman, of course, but I would fall down. I'm just a frail little boy. Fuck. I've had children tackle me before. Those fuckers are strong. They don't, but... Yes. What this witness's statements are telling us is... that the defendant stabbed the victim with the murder weapon during this moment. Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse?
Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised.
Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued. I see. Murder after a heated argument. And then the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything about what happened after that.
When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory.
You may as well admit defeat now, right? A cross-examination would be useless. Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless. Until now. Think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time. Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination. I see you haven't changed. You never were the one to worry about wasting time. Very well, even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright. Yeah. Let me go close my window. The air doesn't need to air out anymore. The doo-doo smell is gone. Oh, there we go. Oh. I'm about to blow. Hold it! Hugged her, huh? Which Edgeworth took to mean stabbed with a weapon. You said the two of them were talking before Miss Sykes hugged her mother, is that right?
Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying.
Couldn't tell? Even though they were speaking so loudly?
I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directly to me.
If it listened to every voice, it would be little better than a mobile eavesdropper. Well, that explains why some of Ponko's testimony is so vague. It's a shame that our little friend wasn't listening in, however. We could have learned what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. Now then, what happened after that? Hold it! I don't want to delve too deeply here, but... could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment?
Mommy Mantis was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound.
Her heart? Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system. Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something about like that, eh? Okay, but she was stabbed in the heart with the katana. So, if we were to interpret her falling down as her being stabbed, then she wouldn't have been able to hear her heartbeat. So that conflicts with that conflicts. Wait a minute, that means if Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment. Ponko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat? Let's see, the moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then. Only unlucky timing. If you had heard anything after that, it could have possibly proved that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder. I am very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I am very sorry. The robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear it detected increasing heart rate at the moment of the stabbing. After Mommy Mantis's heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room. The workbench, huh? Ponko must be talking about the table right where the giant robot is now. Is there something critical? There is something. Yeah. Your Honor, I believe the statement is critical. I'd like to add it to testimony. Well, Ponko, would you please add it to it like a good girl? You're a good girl. You're a good girl. Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? Mommy Mantis found down around the window of the workbench and room. Around the workbench and room.
Objection!
Objection! Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough. I was helpful? Hooray! I'm so happy. Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? I knew I was gonna play that. The victim fell near the window at the workbench side of the room. However, I wish you would stop being such a cutie kitty. Look at this cat. Look at this kitty. He's wrapping his arms around my hand. What a gooner. Holding hands. Oh, just shit my pants. Her body was discovered on the Okay, so what did it say? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table. But the operating table and the workbench are in two different locations. Exactly, Your Honor. We just learned a new crucial fact. What could explain the two different locations of the body? I'll tell you. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult. So the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder. Phew! I am very relieved to hear that. Glad to know that the murder wasn't committed in front of the little Ponko here. Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother. Nothing more.
Objection!
I will fuck you, Edgeworth. I will fuck you if you ever do that to me again. Right. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever. Green? But I can't ever recall seeing Mr. Wright as anything but a blue suit. Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say? Oh. First of all, it's mine too, bro. Second of all, you're wearing a fucking pink jacket. The defendant couldn't move the body herself. she could have had it moved for her. So you're saying Simon moved it? What the fuck? Moved it for her? But Ms. Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there. AP! Since the robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present. Then do you suggest who do you suggest move the body? Don't you know it's the nature of a... What the fuck? Don't you know it's the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Panko, allow me to ask you a question.
My name is Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko.
I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table?
Yes, I did. Athena asked me to.
Athena asked you to? What did you move, little Bongo?
I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is.
An ID tag, you say?
Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell us what a thing is.
That paper on the lab did mention something about that. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform. It would appear that Miss Panko here can't identify what it moved.
My name is Ponko.
But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not? We do? This is news to me! Well, I do at the very least. Miss Panko, on the defendant's command, move the body onto the operating table. Panko, did you really move Miss Sykes' body? This is really important. Isn't there any way you could tell?
I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell.
Well, you could tell by face recognition, could you not? So you would have been able to see her face. Give it up, right? If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID on it, draped over a chair in the robotics lab, and only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was just simply another object.
Objection!
The Ponko is equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't, so that means... Her face can be easily covered by a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. That's a good point, actually, because that would explain the tissue right here was covering her face. Interesting. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell if it was Dr. Sykes. He's right. To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench. Then, using the robot, she moved the body to the table, where she removed the sword and was stained in blood. Order! But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place? You want a reason? Very well. What? You can't possibly have an explanation. Your emotions blind you to the truth. You could learn a lot from our robot friends. Common rational thought, will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature? I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there, isn't that right? Oh, he thinks that if she moved her mom to the operating table, it would heal her. No. That's right. And to the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear and disappear in seconds. You can't possibly be suggesting. The young sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought machines had the same. No way. I refuse to believe it. Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace. Prosecutor Edgeworth! If you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can. With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table... Hold it! No! Don't say another word. Just stop. Was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime. That can't be true. Order! Order in the court! Order in the court, I say! Edgeworth, she was just a little kid. How could you say such a horrible thing? Horrible? Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth, no more, no less. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility. Objection! But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her. I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way. What do you mean? After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. But we mustn't forget the facts that... Oh. I saw the webcam. Oh. I don't like Jimothy. What? Are you talking about Edgeworth? Miles Jimothy Edgeworth? I wonder how old he is, actually. I'm kind of curious. Should be the same age as Phoenix. 34, yeah. Her age? Deceased. The raccoon Jimothy that's going viral. There's a raccoon going viral. The one based in Seattle? Oh, What the fuck? I think it's moving like a fucking skinwalker. Good lord. We just found ourselves a new cryptid. But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant, and the body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged. This can't be true.
Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim?
Evidence. Right, let's see. I can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned the truth isn't always pretty. Now accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough.
What a terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-arguments, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Edgeworth's arguments seem solid enough, but there's no way Athena could have ever done something like that. What do I do? There has to be something, but I can't think of a single thing.
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell!
This is quite the farce you're conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise. Go on, we're listening. Could this be the miracle I need? What is Prosecutor Blackwell trying to pull here? 7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor. I don't think you can alter that fact now. Your baldness. I will take the stand, and I will take no for an answer.
Of course, Prosecutor Blackwell. Please go ahead.
Oh, big stretchy kitty. Ooh, there you go. You gonna go lay down? Yeah. You're a big kitty. Yes, you're a sweet boy. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. How cathartic it was.
But little Ponko here witnessed the victim falling. In other words...
Objection!
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened.
Which would be...
She fell means she fell. Merely that. A mother and a child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course. Meaning she must have left the room.
So the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in her testimony.
You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up.
Objection!
Then how do you explain the fact the defendant had the robot move something? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself. And she always had Punko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Punko moved a heavy robot for Athena. This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, are you trying, even now, to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize we could bring back the dark age of the law to a close today?
Objection!
You expect too much of me, from me. I'm just a murderer beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down into hell? Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If it's true, if the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over. Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder? That's right. So let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx. Hold it.
Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her?
Miss Blackwell. Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor?
Blackwell, you selfish.
Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict. Is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago? Can this happen? Hold it! Hold the phone! Athena, what are you? You feeling okay? I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something. If he really is, I could sure use Athena. Oh my gosh, are we gonna perform therapy on fucking Simon Blackwell? Honestly, he needs therapy, so let's fucking
Objection!
go. Sykes, Dono. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent. These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know. What are you talking about? Do you remember that horrible, horrible trial?
Please. You have to listen to me.
Cuckoo caca.
He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. Kilimanjaro.
Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard, no matter how hard you try. Feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares. So scared it feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I just want to run out of that door even now. And yet, you found a way to keep your fears at bay and became a lawyer. Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize I couldn't give up. Oh gosh. I got shit in my eye. What the hell? Oh. Some people can lick their own elbow. Good for them. This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction.
But, Miss Sykes, you do realize what it would mean. You are the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then...
The only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what that truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake this fear that's been with me for 7 years and face the truth. Athena is so brave for confronting a past like this. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago. Fine, but your efforts will surely be in vain, for I am not a man who can be cut down easily. Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart.
We're going into the Matrix.
Alright, let's look at his Discord. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intent of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. Oh, how cathartic it was. This feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that? Simple. When I was looking for Athena and hadn't found her, I grew worried. So when I saw her at the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that. Just now, you said you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was look for a daughter instead? I had no intention of harming Athena. So I wanted to I'll kill you. You bitch! I had no intention of harming her. So I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just a part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that. Ugh. The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down. Are you done yet? No! There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto. I was afraid of that. We'll just have to keep chipping away at him. Then, bit by bit, bit. Can you update his theta? Uh-oh! Got it! Somebody got a frowny face. Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackwell. What? When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad about her death? Be sad at her death. Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances. Yeah. Can't be talking about that, can he? It's just a convenient subject for her research. My objective was to save Athena.
from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject. What? I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I usually found Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment? I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill. So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. But is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe. Mr. Wright? How you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there? I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now, take a look at this. The noise level actually increased. It went up? Never seen them do that before. Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claims sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what causes the noise. Sorry, I just thought about the... never mind. Sorry, I was thinking of something. Hold on, this camera is fucked. There we go. Is it better? Yeah, that looks better. Ish. How in the world should I approach this? As evidence-based approach, an evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions. There's no flaws in my testimony, and his baldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on this lost cause and let the law free me of these chains already.
Objection!
I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions. What should I tackle first? I'd say emotions. Let's get that done. Okay, let's look for inconsistent emotions. Got it, boss. But if you want to try looking for a contradictory statement instead, just let me know, and we can easily switch over. I'd open the door. The robotics lab. Before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. Let's compare his testimony with some evidence one more time. I heard crying next door. Of course I was worried. I hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You can't open doors? That's impossible! You can't open your...
Objection!
Oh, baby. this is gonna be difficult. I can't press, can I? Nope. Oh, fuck. Oh, the lights are...
Objection!
Objection! I'm gonna object that your asshole looks like a bitch.
Oh, goodness gracious, I'm fucking sweating. I'm like halfway. There, oh. Living on a prayer.
Objection!
Well, it was worth a shot. I gotta think. Gotta think. Gotta think. When you walk away, suddenly life has new meaning to me. Ah!
Objection!
Fuck! I don't know! This shit's hard. I mean, I'm probably looking at... Well, I don't know what else to look at other than this. Because it's the only one that updated. Because, I mean, like, what... I hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab, but before I could lead Athena out of there, cursed my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. Fuck, I have no idea. I mean, I could go back and try his emotions again.
Got it!
Fuck.
Got it!
No. At least this I can freely like fuck up if I have to.
Got it!
No, that doesn't even make any sense. Oh.
Got it!
Why were you not happy about seeing her crying? Like, come on, man. I'm gonna have to do a naughty.
Got it!
Maybe I should have done. I don't know why I didn't do that. My goofy ah. How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab? All right, fine. I'll explain it. I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was Ponko, that toy figure, attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena, but she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day. So Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it? That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Ponko up with the katana that was there in the lab. That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade. Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now. 100% now. What's going on here? Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with more lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate. He's pretty hard to keep telling coherent. It's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and will really are as sharp and strong as a katana. All right, what should I tackle first this time? We'll try his testimony now.
Objection!
No, I thought showing the photos would work. I thought the photos would work. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna fucking. I'll take the L. I'll take the L. I'll take the L. I'll take the L. Gosh. Look at the emotions, I guess.
Got it!
Ponko attacked me. I retaliated by cutting it to pieces.
Objection!
I used the wrong photo. I should have done the one that had the arm on it. Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Take a look at this photo. That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? How many times must I see that which damned me for my sin? The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the blood stain at the end of Ponko's arm where it was severed with a katana? I hope you aren't claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright. No. Most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana. The katana already had blood on it, so then it must have been the victim's blood. That's right. But if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. Yeah. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko, and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture. What? But that couldn't be! Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first, before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackquill, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies. Ah! Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackquill, now. You have no idea what you're doing. His voice. There's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something. Phoenix Wright, you will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave. Prosecutor Blackquill, you were on the witness stand. You're obliged to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom? All these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings. Saw it, so following the sound of crying, I opened the lab door and then I saw it, that terrible scene. But before I could lead Athena out to curse my luck, no choice but to kill my mentor. Shit my pants now. Guess that was Athena. Trial and error, baby. Trial and error. When you opened Ynor and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor? You should know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it. Prosecutor Blackquill, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me too? Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say that you believe that to be true, right, Dono? I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door. Curse you, Phoenix Wright! It was a tragedy. One I'll never forget. When I arrived at that lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor.
And standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. She smiled, with a far-off look in her eyes, as she sweetly said, "Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her." That's what I saw. And now you have it. The truth you so desperately wanted. No. Prosecutor Blackquill finally tells the truth. And this is what it is? It's beyond devastating. I tried to take my mother apart? I... No! I can't scream any louder than that.
Everything's frozen. 杂碎还有中国，现在我有冰淇淋，我很喜欢冰淇淋，但是速度与激情就比冰。
That's why she's like doing this. This is because it's cold. I can't scream too loud because that would I don't want to wake my. There are people sleeping in the house. I don't want to wake my mom.
So it was me, the one who killed my mother.
Athena!
As I said, right, the truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly on an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast aspirations on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner. Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart. She loved me?
Do it. I want to see Mom on cam. No. She likes her privacy, vaguely. I don't know.
Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much? Yes. My head hurt every time I wore them. No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from from the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger than it is now. And those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life. No, it can't be true. Then why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much? Her love for you was real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew that what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Ponko was a witness, so I put it in the case, held Athena close, and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute, and I hid the case on the Space Center grounds.
It would seem that we now have all the facts of this case.
Hold it!
No, not yet. It can't end like this. Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back on things that disagree with you? I'm not. But this... I can't give up now. I have to say something. Anything, even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. The defense is prepared to present evidence. Mr. Wright? Yes, Athena? It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer anymore for my sake. Athena, what are you saying? Crap. I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall? It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess? Very well. Then if you would, please take the stand, Miss Sykes. Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now, we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end. Athena. Prosecutor Blackwell will be cleared, and the dark age of the law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt, and bring everything to its conclusion. I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Your Honor, please find me guilty. I dare say these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have. I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument?
Objection!
I do, Your Honor. Mr. Wright! But, Mr. Wright, why? I killed her. I remember it now. Any counter-arguments now would be pointless.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client and to the bitter end. Athena, you're not a murderer.
Objection!
I said you never change, that you never changed, but could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on the matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Because I can see straight into a person's soul.
I did a little research. Looked in those special sec locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from her. Self.
There's still a chance, somewhere deep in Athena's heart. There might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. It might be looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still. That memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence. I hope for everyone's sake that you're not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there or is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession? My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, the feeling of it stabbing in deep. There's definitely something wrong in her memory of the event. I can just tell. If there's a problem with her confession, please prove it to this court now. The katana! The victim's... So the blood of the victim was only on the blade, so she couldn't have felt the...
Take that!
Right? Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright? I respectively and vehemently disagree, Your Honor. But I remember it! I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingies. That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of this sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts. You're right. Oh my!
Objection!
The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memory. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail.
Objection!
But she also said there's no question I remember it, as a fact we can't ignore. In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memories means? Gladly! Give me a sec to think of something. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone. But she said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think. What could the contradiction with Athena's memories mean? Miss Sykes said that the blood flowed down from the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So, doesn't it follow the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana? What are you up to this time? This is it. This time, I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana. That much is sure. So, if I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocence. A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly? Right, of course. Of course you would ask that. I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again, as always? How does he know that? Can't back down now. Not here, not now. That's right, I did. Because it's so obvious it doesn't require any thought. What did you say? Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration, but there's gotta be something. Was there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? Maybe there's something in one of the photos. Wait a minute. There is something. Your mom. Ah! There's a high probability that was in the lab. I don't have that particular weapon here in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence like it. Other than the katana, this is another blade that may have been in the crime scene.
Take that!
The utility knife. But that's the murder weapon in the Clay Terran case! Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Terran's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this are issued to Josh? Shut the fuck up! Toolkits containing utility knives like this are issued to space employees. To space. And a robotics lab, especially, would naturally have one of these around.
Objection!
But besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't know.
Objection!
Of course I knew that. Once he told me just now. Then here's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene, but it didn't contain any blades. Here's a photo of its contents. You're right, I don't see any kind of bladed tool. Fine, but isn't there something odd about the design of these handles? Gestapo. Oh, is that right? There's no knife in there. Probably because it's fucking missing in this toolbox. Not only is it missing, but everything is fucking like different. Like, look at the handle on this. See where it's like, It's supposed to be in the center right here, but it's missing. And someone rearranged the toolbox, which is very interesting. Therefore, there is no other bladed weapons in the room. I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife. And what proof do you have of that? Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You're the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense. Now, he's simply watching out for your ocular health. Please, proceed, Mr. Wright. Notice the handles of each of these tools have some sort of design on them. I see, they do, but what significance does that have? It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with? Edgeworth, just let it go, man. Show the court then, if you would. What pattern or design would we see if we were to rearrange the tools?
Take that!
And what design is this supposed to represent? The Gyaxa logo, Your Honor. It's on all of the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, Gyaxa is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. We skip these because we already know. I think I see it now, but... Yes, with just the tools shown in this photo, the red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Terran case comes into play. If we were to place the utility knife in the open slot, it would complete the Gyaxa logo. So it would. Then that means, admitted it, Mr. Edgeworth, my aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one.
Order! Order in the court! Shut the fuck up! Miss Sykes confessed to having the memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone, using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't be of that of Dr. Sykes. Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again? What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife? Don't be ridiculous. Or are you changing the premise of your entire argument? I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then concealed the knife on her personage until Blackwell carried her away. That does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence. If in fact the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. For you have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
The prosecution is attempting to lead the court.
Objection!
You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright, by forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you that there are only two people in the lab at the time of the murder? I have an idea. I think it was Aura. Ponko was also there. Aura has the ability to remotely control the robots, although she specifically controls Klonko. I don't see why she couldn't possess Ponko as well, and maybe killing Dr. Sykes and then trying to frame it on her, but she didn't expect her brother Simon to take the blame. Shut the fuck up. Dude. That's so crazy. What happened? What happened? Did you just get timed out? Did you just get timed out because you're a fucking cunt? Is that what happened? How about you shut the fuck up? Datboyjuice.ttd TTV Fuck you! Well, bastard. Ugh. That someone recalls with his own hands. No. It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife. As long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones there, you cannot escape the fact that it was the Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every
time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if. Now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. The suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because it's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth? Over my pink jacket will I give up. I don't believe it. Can't be true. What if? Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you could do, what you can do. Is giving up really the only option? No. Snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you? Giving it a doubt. I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor, not yet. It's not over yet. Right. I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her to the very end. A defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case thoroughly. Alright, use your cock brain. I concede the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with the utility knife. This must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. But Prosecutor Blackquill didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? Someone else. If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude that there was a third person at the scene. But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only two there. So then, how did this third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know. The third person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition by covering... They hid their own face. But wait a minute, Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they covered their own face, Ponko would still have detected the presence. But she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. That's it. The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection. What if the culprit posed as Ponko? That way, the real Ponko would just think she was looking in a mirror. Okay, that's just silly. Simon? What if this culprit covered up their face and posed as Prosecutor Blackquill, but Ponko, she recognized the real... Oh. Okay, so then so they disguised themselves as Metis? Person posed as the victim. If the culprit Oh, so the person she hugged wasn't actually her mother. Maybe? Is that what's going on? If the culprit posed as the victim, that would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim. Her jacket. The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. But that still leaves a heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. So does that mean the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by that time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? That's it! The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her, and then pretended to be her. The real culprit! Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let us bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so we can move on to the hostage negotiations. You're absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby...
Objection!
I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second, because I realized something so shocking I had to take a break to digest it. But now, I know for a fact, Miss Sykes is innocent. But Ponko saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime. Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother. What are you saying, Mr. Wright? The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes. What? What the fuck?
Objection!
You really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot's statements, there was no third person there. Did you really think I wouldn't see through that your ludicrous grab for time?
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence? Ha! You make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts. Clonko's strange malfunction.
Mr. Darren, you look pale. Can I help you in this?
That was another case of mistaken identity judged by a jacket ID tag. All because Clonko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to the eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask could nullify robot's facial recognition. And then, all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as.
Objection!
All the ridiculous theories. What good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because, by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating. What? So, does that mean... Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed is the third person who was posing as Dr. Sykes. Her mother's real killer. But that's... impossible! La, la, la. A mask? The person I stabbed was wearing a mask? Order! Order in the court! Miss Sykes, did you say something? A mask? Yes. I remember a... Ah! Athena, what is it? Ah! Gotcha, bitch. I remember a man with a mask. How could he? What did he do to my mother? Ugh. My head. Ah! Miss Sykes, are you all right? No! No way you just gay snapped your fingers. The black cyclops. They're breaking. It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered. Also, fuck you, Josh. They're gone. The black cyclops are gone. Finally, good lord. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's all right, Athena. Just what. He's laughing because I shit my pants.
You serious?
I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the Njord, and then... It's all right. I'm right here. You're safe, Athena. She was on the floor by the workbench with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there. A man? Hold it! Quiet, Your Honor. Go on, Athena. He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife and that was there, and he dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Then he kicked me, and I passed out. When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit. Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was? No, I'm afraid I don't. A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything else about that? Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab. No. Maybe not. I don't know about that one. This mask hanging on the wall. It was kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a mask has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom. A phantom? It would seem that a new suspect has emerged. And that means that all suspicions against Miss Sykes has... Hold it!
You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict.
Miss Blackquill.
This is not good. A new suspect. Where's the proof of this person ever existed?
Who says it wasn't just all a dream and a little princess's groggy little head? Ugh, she's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother. Athena, I'm so glad for you. Who wears gloves? Who wears gloves and hiding... Who's wearing gloves and hiding their stabbed hand? I don't fucking know. They said it was a man. I thought it was gonna be Aura. I mean, she is wearing rubber gloves. But I don't know if she's always worn Glover gloves. More and more memories are coming back now. So I'd like to say one thing, if I could. Ponko came to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to recharge. He's on a scooter. Oh, you think it's Yuri? I'm not entirely... Well... I'm not too sure about that. I don't know about Yuri.
I went to the robotics lab at 2 p.m. and my regular job. Mommy fell down. She fucking fell down.
I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Metis was really the killer in disguise, right, then he must have come at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. Do I have anything here in the evidence? In the evidence? That can help me find a person who came to the lab at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Any evidence to find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m.? Fuck.
I don't know. Fuck. I'm using all my...
Take that!
The exhibit? Nah. I was thinking, like, because of the launch, maybe there was, like, a dude that was, like, there or some shit. There's, like, a dude. There's, like, a dude there, bro. Dude, bro. There's, like, a dude there. There's, like, a dude. There's, like, a dude there. There's, like, a dude. I don't know, bro. Well, I don't fucking know, so we're gonna have to do one of these.
Take that!
Nope. I'm not gonna lie, Phoenix, you're kinda dumb. You're dumb as shit. Oh, wait.
Take that!
Would it be this? God damn it. Yeah, of course it's the fucking footage. You could use the footage. You could use the footage to smell
Take that!
people. Be kind to rewind. Rewind time. Ugh. This is Prosecutor Blackquill leaving the scene after the incident around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by before then? I don't see anything in the investigation report. It looks like they didn't check. Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene. Very well then, look. Blockbuster Video put that on their cassettes back in the day. Oh, okay. YouTube is ripping off them. There! Please stop right there. Oh, shit. It's just like you said! There's a man leaving at the scene of the crime. Are you fucking kidding me? Are the police in this series so fucking unintelligent they couldn't have checked? They couldn't have rewind all the way here to see this fucking guy who's literally walking down the hallway with his fucking hands cut? Are you kidding me? This was here the entire time. And nobody bothered to look. They're like, oh, this is weird. It's just some guy with a fucking cut in his hand. It's probably nothing. So, there's a man leaving at the scene of the crime. Miss Sykes, do you remember this person? That's him. I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket. I did. What I really wanted to see was her jacket. The jacket on display. The jacket on display. I know the jacket's on display. Bad hemorrhoid day got me looking like that sometimes. You start bleeding in your hand. My hemorrhoids blow up so badly that it like does an incision on my fucking hand. My forearm. Can you see it? There's a slash I made with... There's the slash I made with the utility knife that day. And I'm sure that knife is under that jacket somewhere. So then, everything Miss Sykes said... Exactly. It proves that Miss Sykes' memories was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hit her face with a handkerchief. Then, he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and the masks that were at the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m. every day. So we waited for Ponko to come to the lab for a regular recharge. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up to that point in time. All to disguise the real time of death.
Objection!
It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that's just not possible. Did you not see the video? We have footage. Come on, man. The victim's jacket is clearly visible there in this video. And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond doubt that it belonged to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it have possibly wound up back at the crime scene? What's going on? That doesn't make sense. Edgeworth's right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did he end up at the lab? The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape. But in order to conceal that fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved.
Objection!
Except it would have been impossible. The only person who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body. And they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So, when do you propose this mystery man of yours had the chance to return the jacket? A puzzling question indeed. When did the culprit have the chance to bring the jacket back? The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found. Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument? I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover that body. I would never have thought of that. Whoa! Order of the court! What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule in preparation for the HAT-1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. I suppose if the jacket was in the bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that the reports on those 3 people. That you get the reports on those 3 people. You will? We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If this person felt the need to hide his face with the theater mask, it might mean his facial data was once registered. Prosecutor Edgeworth, does this mean... I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories are to be credible. You win, right? Not that this was ever an official trial, anyway. Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding? Whoa! Is it true, boss? Does this mean I can't believe it. It's over. I finally won. I proved that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial? That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say, I see no further prolong... Not you either, Your Honor. Now silence.
The little princess who was truly beloved by Metis, and who repaid that love with death. All these years, hating Athena was the only thing that kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on?
Miss Blackwell. How unlike you, Aura. Metis was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that...
Shut up, Simon! I know exactly how I felt about her. Her respect as a co-worker wasn't all that I wanted.
And what did you want from her? Did you really just go there, Your Honor? Aura... This... Is this gonna be like she's in Lesbians with her? Is that where this is going? This is weird me out. Aura, there's something I've wanted to say if you lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Metis' murder is. You do? Right, Dono. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past. That's right. The Phantom. The person Blackwell has been looking for, even from behind bars. 7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat 1 rocket. The spy. But he was no ordinary spy. We knew not about him, his background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day, a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him. Oh, how exciting! What was the lead? A recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yet I had hope. Aura's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology. And that scientist was Dr. Sykes. That probably explains why the Phantom killed her. Yes, a spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Hat 1, Dr. Sykes' results and the recording were surely among his targets. But his search for the Space Center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic. He couldn't find them, but where could they have been? Who is to say? Wow, I bet he never let that out of his sight all these years. How in the world did you smuggle them into prison? Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing. Bert! I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher. Become my taunt. Became my taunt. I fucking... Yeah. And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information? Here, you can see for yourself.
but take good care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor. I will. I better hold on to these real tight. The subject's emotions rarely fluctuate, and he doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. Like normal people do? So what, he's a psychopath? Psychopaths can't feel. Ish. Psychological profile classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation, huh? A spy who experiences no emotion, not sadness nor anger, and naturally no fear. He is the very definition of a phantom, a monster with no heart. Don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and set what ails us all into motion. The Phantom indeed. A fitting name for the one who brought darkness to our world. Well then, it seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdict and bring these proceedings to an end. Whatever. Do what you want. You'll hear no objections from me. Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over. Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes. Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything. Athena, you're more than welcome. If everyone is ready... I farted and it's burning my nose. Skill issue. If everybody is ready, I will now give my verdict. Objection! You! It's Apollo. Apollo? What is the meaning of this? Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago, and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us? Why are you doing this to me, please? Oh, to be continued. I farted and a poopy almost slipped out. Alright, that's enough for tonight. Good lord, we've been doing this for almost 5 hours. I mean, this was a crazy trial, so... you can't exactly blame me for going on for a lot longer than I normally do, but this was cool. Alright, everybody, that's it for tonight. I'll be doing a makeup stream tomorrow. So... We'll see what's good. We'll see what I want to do tomorrow. I might honestly just finish this case tomorrow if I have nothing else I can do. So, thank you guys for coming by. I love you all very much, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.